A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Park Cricket League. It is the Park Jewels up against the Park Super Kings. And the Park Jewels winning the toss and surprisingly electing to field first. A different kind of a strategy. Here we go. Ball number one. Pranay Chaudhary is going to bowl this first ball for the Super Kings. Played on the offside, straight to the fielder. And a mix-up. Chance of a run out and the throw not quite on money. Well, straight away. On the back foot, the Park Jewels. Well, it's a dot delivery to start off things. Well, Raj was up and running. He was set on his bike to take that single, but Keyur sending him back. And now both the batters having a word with each other. Well, once again driven, a low full toss. Played straight to the fielder. Missed out on that one, you would feel, Raj. And another dot delivery for Pranay Chaudhary. Once again with the new ball here. And a shout out to the ball sponsor D3 for that. Well, this time he beats the batter. No kind of connection at all with the bat. So 3 deliveries in and nothing on the board at the moment. Well, that will be another dot delivery. And this time it's gone straight up in the air. He's felt the pressure, Raj. Is that a chance? And that's dropped. Well, that should have been the first wicket instead of the first run. And the Park Jewels, well, having their hearts in their mouth in this very first over itself. It went straight up in the air. And in all fairness, that should have been taken. Never in control of it, the fielder. And the first run on the board, Raj is off the mark of his 5th delivery. Brings Keyur Shah on strike. So it's the left-handed batter on strike now. It's the left-hand, right-hand combination up front. And Pranay is going to bowl it around the wicket now. He's taking his time out there at the crease. Wanting to take his guard. The man with the red pads. So the last delivery of this first over. It's gone straight to the fielder at mid-on, and it's another dot delivery. So that is the end of the first over. Excellent by Pranay. It's one without a wicket for the Park Jewels. So it is going to be Krish Merchant to continue. Well, he got a wicket of his very first delivery in the previous game. Can he do something similar? Well, not quite so. It's an excellent delivery. Shaping it outside the off stump. Very close to finding the outside edge. And that's another dot delivery. Well, the Park Jewels are really on the back foot here at the moment. Well, this time hit hard and it's gone straight to the fielder. Once again, it's in the air. Chance. And this time it's taken. So that catch drop won't be costly at all. An early breakthrough for the Park Super Kings once again. Krish once again striking in his very first over. And Raj departs here. Just the one consolidatory run for him of his 8 deliveries. And the Park Jewels are 1 for 1. Straight away on the back foot in this important clash. A roots and ritual wicket. So in comes Shivam Kadam at number 3. Well, already on the back foot here, the Park Jewels. It's a slow start. 2 left-handers out there at the crease, and Krish Merchant will come around the wicket. And this time it struck the pad. Well, that was never going to go on and hit the stumps. A big appeal. Well, given as a leg by the umpire, but it was definitely going down the leg side, and maybe even height being an issue. So the second run on the board for the Park Jewels. Brings Kayur on strike, who is yet to get off the mark here. Well, this time a wide delivery down the leg side. So an extra run for the Park Jewels once again. That's the second extra of this innings already. One of them in terms of leg byes, and this one given as a wide. And that will be another wide delivery. Well, it seems like Krish Merchant at the moment is struggling up against the left-handers. He was bowling it superbly outside the Austin towards the right-handers. But ever since the left-handers have come in, he's coming around the wicket and maybe just struggling with his line. And also maybe slightly the length, because he is bowling those deliveries right onto the body. If any of those is slightly fuller as well, you would feel as that is going to be dispatched. Well, this time a much better one. Slightly straighter, but nicely tucked away by Kayur. And he's got off the mark with that single. So one more delivery left now in the second over. And that will be another wide delivery, similar kind of a wide. That's the third time in this over already. And Krish Merchant, well, he's struggling with those wide deliveries. Well, he is a strike bowler, and the captain would be wanting to keep him up and high in confidence. As you can see, even Dian having a few words with him. Once again, it struck the pad, never going on to hit the stumps, angling down the leg side. Another leg by, so that is now the end of the second over with the score at 7-1 for the Jewels. So Pranay continuing now for the Super Kings. Coming around the wicket. Nicely driven by Shivam, but straight to the fielder, who is yet to get at the mark here. Shivam has faced a couple of deliveries. And on both the deliveries, he got those leg buys. And that was his third one, where he played it straight to the fielder at long mid-off. And this time he's picked this one up. And that's the first Roots and Ritual 4 of this game. Excellent shot by Shivam. This time towards that cow corner region. One bounce and over the rope it goes. Beautifully struck. And that will help him give some confidence. Shivam Kadam. Well, the bowlers seem to be struggling up against the left-handed batters. And it seems like it's going to continue in this fashion for a while now. Well, remember, it is the 4 overs of power play first and then the 2 overs of power surge. Well, once again hit hard on the leg side, but this time finds the fielder. A good little stop and just a single. Brings KU on strike. Well, this time hit hard, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. And Dian is not going to make any mistakes. And you would feel that is the line to be bowled by Pranay. Not on the pads, but slightly towards the off stump or the fourth stump line, you would say. And there goes the struggles again with the wides down the leg side up against the left-handed batters. We have seen quite a few now of those. And the Super Kings would be wanting to correct it. Or maybe just shift their bowling prowess and try and give the ball to the spinners maybe. And this time hit hard, a very good shot down the ground. But there is protection out there at long on, a wideish long on. And this time it's gone straight up. Easy chance. Taken. Another wicket. Another roots and ritual wicket. It's Shivam Kadam this time. And Pranay Chaudhary, another opening bowler, strikes very early. Second one gone for the Park Jewels. And they are in big trouble. 14 for 2 now at the end of the third. So Keyur on strike once again in the air, and it will go all the way. It's the first 6 of this innings. A black sphere 6. Brilliantly hit straight down the ground. And that's the first of many, maybe, for Keyur. This time, nice little piece of fielding out there at short third. Well, that was a thick outside edge. Didn't quite carry to the fielder, and a good stop in the end because that could have run away to the boundary. Remember, this is the last over of the power play. And this time picked up on this leg side. Another boundary for Keyur. My word, he's looking dangerous out there. Beautifully struck. This time through that leg side. And one bounce into the fence. Another black sphere 4. And they are starting to come here thick and fast for the Park Jewels. So Krish has decided to come over the wicket even to the left-hander. Oh, brilliant delivery. Beautifully bowled. The shorter one. And Keyur maybe took by surprise there. Oh, have a look at this. Keyur, well, he's walked down the track and Krish has refused to bowl that delivery. He is not happy at all with the behavior of the batter. And Krish, well, he will have to reload that one. And Keyur also pushes back inside his crease. Well, this time Keyur isn't quite ready. Not sure exactly what for. Seems like he's not happy with a fielder there. And having it to complain with the umpire. Well, there are still 2 more deliveries left inside this power play. And this time played behind square on that leg side. Another black sphere 4. Beautifully struck by Keyur. Well, they were off to a slow start, but this over is turning things around here. He knows exactly where the fielders are. And he's taken full advantage of it. 1 more delivery left now in this 4th over. Well, maybe just playing with the mind of Krish. And Krish wanting to answer it with a shorter one. And you knew exactly where the fielders were. And he just placed that one. Just pushed the ball. Guided it towards the region where there's no fielder out there at fine leg. So 1 more delivery left in this power play. And Keyur would be wanting to maximize it. Well, it's tucked away on the leg side, straight to the fielder. So a dot delivery to end the over. It is 28 for 2 now at the end of the 4th. So a change in the bowling. It is going to be Kishore Shah to continue now outside this power play. So with the fielding restrictions now being uplifted, 5 fielders allowed outside the inner ring. Well, the batters have the opportunity to call out the power surge whenever they need in this innings. Well, that would be the time when they would be wanting to counter punch, and at the moment they would be wanting to consolidate here. Mohit Agarwal and Keyur. Mohit Agarwal starts off with the dot delivery, wanting to cut that one away on the offside, up against the spinner. Coming here at number 4. Well, once again wanting to drive that one. Not sure exactly what the plan is. It seems like they want to keep on continuing. Brilliantly bowled by Kishore Shah. Asking the batter to fetch outside the off stump. Once again pushing it back to the bowler. This time it's a thick outside edge, and the fielder takes it. Another one gone. It's a roots and ritual wicket. It's Mohit Agarwal this time. He departs here for a duck. And the Park Jewels, they have lost their third inside the 5th over itself. Well, Keyur came out to open the innings, and he is losing partners after partners at the moment. 28 for 3 now. In comes Aditya at number 5. Well, he wouldn't have expected himself to come out so early. Plays it down the ground for a single towards long off. Well, now one more delivery left in this 5th. Kishore Shah conceding his first run there. And this time he will be up against Keyur. Keyur at the moment on 16 of 10. He's played some nice little shots. He's got a 6 to himself. He's got a couple of 4s. Along with those couple of singles as well. So Kishore Shah, he wants to come around the wicket up against the left-hander. Well, how does he approach this now, Keyur? Well, let's flight it up, and it's played along the carpet towards the fielder at long on. That is now the end of the 5th over with the score at 30 for 3 for the Park Jewels. Right then, Dhawal continuing. And once again, a big heave towards the leg side. Good bit of fielding out there at the boundary line. And just a single for KUR this time. Well, KUR, it seems like he wants to play the big shots. It does not matter how many wickets they lose. He wants to keep on continuing with the healthy rate out there. Well, this time pushed back to the bowler by Aditya. And a dot delivery for Dhawal. Once again, the ball just shaping outside the off stump. Very close to finding the outside edge. This time nicely tucked away. Another quick single taken. Bringing KUR back on strike. It's been an excellent over so far. Just the two singles and a couple of dots of it. Well, this time it will be a wide delivery. Well, once again, it's the left-hand, right-hand combination which makes the bowler struggle a little. And that's exactly what has happened. They have considered a plenty of wides and just exactly for that reason. First it was Krish struggling and then it was Pranay and now it is Dhawal. The Pacers losing the control. This time it struck the pad but was definitely pitched outside the leg stump. Nonetheless, a dot delivery for Dhawal. And now one more delivery left in the sixth over. Well, that will be another wide delivery. This time it's a wayward one. Well, the wicketkeeper did well to get across because easily that could have run away for 5 wides. So having it to reload the last delivery here, Dhawal. Well, this time it's much better, slower through the air, much more control. That is now the end of the sixth. Only 4 coming off it, 34 for 3 now, the Park Jewels. Well, Kishore Shah continuing here, and what a delivery to start off with. Well, need to play that one through the leg side, Aditya. Once again, beautifully bowled. This time plays it nicely down the ground. So finally a run in this over. And this time he goes big. He's got a sweet connection on it. And it's gone all the way. A black sphere 6. That's the second one for KUR. A brilliant strike. Well, loud cheers as well from the Park Jewels camp. Well, a much needed six you would feel. He's moved on to 24 of 15 now, KUR. A couple of sixes and a couple of fours. 20 runs in terms of boundaries, 4 singles. He's faced 7 dot deliveries. That is almost 50% of the deliveries in terms of dots. Well, this time a swing and a miss. Went underneath the bat and almost crashing onto the stumps. Beautifully bowled, a flighted delivery. Asking the batter to go for the big one once again. Tempting. And KUR, well, luckily for him, it's missed the stumps. This time charging down the wicket. And a single down the ground towards long off. So that is now the end of the 7th over with the score at 42 for 3. Well, Dhawal continuing here, and KUR plays it uppishly, but only for a single towards the leg side. Brings Aditya back on strike. Well, the Super Kings did really well in the previous game up against the Indians, bowling them out for just 94. And they have some early wickets here, but at the moment it seems like KUR is playing on a different pitch. He is at the moment on 26 of 18, and he looks to be in here for a big one. He holds the key in this first innings. Well, once again, a big appeal, but definitely down the leg side. And will that run away to the boundary? Yes, it will. So 4 more runs in the total. Another black sphere 4. Well, has it come off the bat? It seems like it has. No signal by the umpire. So 4 more runs to the total and 4 more runs to Aditya as well. That's the first one. Moves on to 7 with that. Not sure if he intended that one, but it does not matter in the end. Once again, nicely tucked away on the leg side. Another single taken. So Keyur back on strike, and the bowlers seem to be struggling up against Keyur. And this time played down the ground for a single. Well, the intention is clear by Keyur. He wants to go after everything at the moment. This time nicely tucked away on the leg side. Will that find the boundary? The chase is on and the ball wins the race. So another black sphere 4 behind square on that leg side by Aditya. Well, this time it was definitely intended, and that will also bring up the 50 for the Park Jewels. 53 for 3 now. And one more delivery left in this 8th over. This time nicely driven, played uppishly, and it's gone straight to the fielder, so a single to end the over. And that is now the end of the 8th with the score at 54 for 3 for the Park Jewels. Nicely rebuilding here. So it is going to be Dian to continue finally into the attack here. Some leg spin and water delivery to start off. Brilliantly bowled. How has he not got a wicket there? Well, he's someone who finds a lot of turn off the track and bowls it at a good pace as well. Well, this time it's a wayward one. It's pulled away on that leg side. Will that be given as a no ball? Yes, it is. Given by the leg umpire. So an opportunity now for Keyur with the free hit. Well, it seems like Dian is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed batter Keyur. Once again, beautifully bowled. This time pushed through the offside. And another single taken. Well, misses out on the free hit opportunity, but he plays it smartly nonetheless. Well, this time it struck the pad. Well, an half-hearted appeal. They get across for a leg bye. Is it? Yes, it is given as a leg bye. Not sure exactly why was that given not out. Well, maybe the height being an issue. Yeah, definitely it should be the height, because it was quite straight. And Aditya survives nonetheless, and he's batting beautifully at the moment. Aditya as well, 14 of 14. And the Jewels are going nicely at the moment. Once again, beautifully bowled by Dian. Not offering much to the batters, apart from that no ball. And this time he goes big. Well, it was a fuller length. And once again, KU showing the power that he has. And it's a black sphere 6. Well, that is his third. And the count for the number of sixes for KU keeps on continuing here. He's playing an outstanding hand out here. Well, one more delivery left now in this 9th over. Can Dian come back? Well, not quite so. That's back-to-back sixes. KU showing the class that he has. This one is out of the ground. We're not going to get that one back. Another black sphere 6. Once again tossed up. And KU not missing out on the opportunity. Playing it towards the shorter side of the ground. And that's a very big over in the end. 15 runs coming off it. At the end of the 9th, it's 70 for 3. So we continue here in this 10th over. This is the last over from this end, the combox end, if you'd like to say. Starts off with a dot delivery, Kishore Shah. Well, once again, beautifully bowled. Another dot. He's been brilliant so far. 1 for 10 in his 2.2. He's been economical and also taken a wicket. Can he get another one here? Well, they need to break this partnership at the moment. The Super Kings. This time it strikes the pad. They should get across only for a single. Wanting to come back for the second Aditya, but KU sends him back. He wants to keep the strike. And he wants to go for the big shot. Signaled as a leg bye by the umpire. Once again, just pushed through the offside. Happy to take the single on that occasion, Keyur. It wasn't quite in his hitting zone. So showing some good sensible cricket as well. When it's not there to be hit, he just plays it for a single along the carpet. This time Aditya has played that one in the air. He's not quite caught the distance. And it's gone straight down the throat of the fielder at deep extra cover. And Kishore Shah, wow, he gets a second against the run of play. And it's another roots and ritual wicket. It's 4 gone for the Jewels. Well, Aditya will be highly disappointed with himself. Never in control of it. And the Jewels lose their 4th. It is 72 for 4 after 9.5, and the umpires have called for drinks. Right there. In comes Yash Thadeshwar at number 6. So once again, 2 left-handers out there at the crease. And beautifully bowled once again by Kishore Shah. Another successful over for him. That is now the end of the 10th with a score at 72 for 4 and the change of sides now. Right then, we continue now in this 11th over. So change of ends. The bowling will now be done from the turf end. So the leg side will be a slightly bigger side for the left-handed batter, and this side is maybe was a bit more favorable for the right-hand batters. And with two left-handers out there, the crease, maybe an opportunity for the Super Kings. Well, Dhawal continuing once again, nicely bowled, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. KU on strike. He's been brilliant so far. 41 of 25. He's done the bulk of the scoring. Well, this time nicely tucked away on the leg side. Single taken. Well, this time nicely played on the offside, past the fielder at cover, and makes the long off fielder do some work out there. So he gets off the mark there, Yash Thadeshwar. This time nicely pushed back to the bowler. So disciplined over out here by Dhawal so far. Bowling that tight line. Well, this time it's gone past the wicket keeper. They are scampering across, and they make it given as wides by the umpire. So a couple of more runs. Well, once again it is in the air, but only a single on the bounce for the fielder at long on. And now one more delivery left in this 11th over. It's been a very good one, just 5 of it so far, including those couple of wides. Well, that will be another wide down the leg side. The keeper has been excellent throughout. He's not allowed, even on single occasion, the ball to just run past him and away for a boundary. Well, he might have lost it on a couple of occasions, but he has got an important hand to it, which has saved that boundary. The bowlers seem to be struggling up against the left-handers. Well, this time a big appeal. Well, you would feel that came off the bat. And that is another single to end the over. That is now the end of the 11th with the score at 79 for 4. Well, Kishore Shah, he is into his final over now. 2 for 11 for him in his 3.1 overs. He's been superb throughout. Can he finish it off well as well? Well, he has started this nicely. A couple of dot deliveries. That too up against the informed KUR. How would he love to get another wicket here, especially if he can get KUR. Well, once again, a big swing towards that leg side. This time played along the carpet towards the fielder at long off. Another single taken. This time he beats the batter. Well, asking for a wide, but maybe even Yash moved a bit across. So that was never going to be in his favor. And this time he beats the bowler, plays it down towards the long off region. So an excellent spell by Kishore Shah coming to an end. 4 overs, 2 for 13. That is now the end of the 12th with a score at 81 for outstanding spell by Kishore. Well, we continue now in this 13th over, and the black sphere boundaries, well, they have dried up at the moment. And so have the Roots and Ritual wickets. They got one in the 10th over after striking 3 early inside that power play. Well, once again, a change in the bowling. Dhruv continuing here in this 13th over. And KUR, well, he slowed down a bit. Can he keep on pushing here? Well, a mix-up chance. Run out, non-strikers end. And it's been given by the umpire. Well, the throw wasn't the best, but still good enough. And another Roots and Ritual wicket. The Jewels lose their 5th. It's Yash Adeshwar this time. Well, there was never a single there. Just pushed away on the offside towards the fielder at short third. No communication at all between the batters. And an easy run out in the end. 5 gone now for the Jewels. And it is 82 for 5. Well, it was a low full toss and played in the air by a Keyur, and luckily for him, he didn't quite time it well enough. Well, once again, it is the left-hand, right-hand combination out here. Hardik coming in here at number 7. Hardik Matalia. Well, beautifully bowled by Dhruv. Well, this time it was right in the block hole. And another dot delivery for Dhruv. One more delivery left now in this 13th. And this time played straight to the fielder and he's messed it up. He's not quite collected it. And a single taken comfortably. Hardik off the mark. That is now the end of the 13th with the score at 84 for 5 for the Park Jewels. So Dian continuing here, and what a delivery that was. Well, it was the googly and it went right through Hardik. He couldn't quite pick that one up and the ball somehow just missing the stumps. Well, even the wicketkeeper was surprised with that one. And they get across for a bye. Brings Keyur back on strike, who is 5 short of his half century at the moment. Well, he's deserved it. He's done the most of the scoring, 45 out of the 85 runs. Quite a few extras as well in that 85. Having lost half the side, well, not long left in this innings. Another 41 deliveries from here on. How many more can they get? Keyur holds the key. Can he bat till the end? He needs to for his side. Well, this time cut away and almost a mix-up once again. Well, Keyur has already lost one partner in that fashion. This time, a good call by him, sending his partner back right on time. Well, this time it's swept ever so well. That will race away to the boundary. A classical sweep by Keyur. And he's moved on to 49. It's a black sphere 4. Once again showing that he knows exactly where the fielders are. No one out there behind square on the leg side. And beautifully placed. Well, not the best of the deliveries by Dian. Well, Keyur has been showing some very good form out here today. 49 of 36 at the moment. Well, once again wanting to play it on the leg side. Another single taken. So that will be his half century. 50 of just 37 deliveries by Keyur. It's been brilliant. He has been right there at the crease from ball number 1. And he keeps on staying out there. And he needs to as well for the next 6 overs or so as well. If the Park Jewels want to give themselves any chance of going on to get a decent total, well, 160 will be at the least that they would be wanting. And this time played inside out. What a good shot that is by Hardik. Brilliantly placed. Well, he is our jersey sponsor, Forecast and Multiply. Well, Dian once again tossing that one up, wanting the batter to go for the big one. And beautifully controlled, and it's a black sphere 4. Well, all of a sudden some runs. Well, Dian has been very expensive today. 9 runs coming off this over as well of him. 15 came in his first. He's got 1 more left here in the second. And beautifully bowled. So that is a dot to end the 14th with the score now at 94 for 5 for the Park Jewels. Right then, we continue now in this 15th over. Dhruv, he is into his second. He conceded just 3 in his first. Starts off with a dot delivery once again. Well, the Park Jewels might have lost 5, but it could have been a bit more worse had it not been the left-hand, right-hand combination. Well, it seems to be working out there for them, the left-hand, right-hand combination. Because the bowlers have struggled. They have missed out on the momentum somewhat at times. And the main reason for that has been the left-hand, right-hand combination. This time played down the ground. Once again, a big heave wanting to go big. Just a single towards long on. And once again tossed up. And Hardik has shown some power. That will bring up the 100 as well for the Park Jewels. It's a black sphere 6. Well, finally a 6 off the batter who is not Keyur. And Hardik, well, he's coming here lower down the order. Coming in here at number 7 and scoring some crucial runs. Some crucial quick runs for his side. Well, 160 is at the least back on the cards here. And once again, another partnership building. This time a wide delivery. And that will be another wide, this time down the leg side. Well, that is exactly what happens. Well, first was the left-hander, then it is the right-hander, and then the right-hander smashing you for a 6. You just lose your line, shape, bowling that off stump line, wide delivery, and now a leg stump line, wide delivery. And everything going haywire in his second for Dhruv. Well, once again, you would feel that wasn't the best of the deliveries, but he would be thankful that the batter has missed out. Well, it's this time it was slightly short and pulled away for a black sphere 4. Brilliantly struck by Hardik. Well, he is playing an innings like Hardik Pandya at the moment. Similar names and similar kind of result. One more delivery left now in this 15th. Well, he's moved on to 15 of just 9. Has Hardik Matalia. This time cut away on the offside. The fielder out there at long off will cut that one off. So a single to end the over. That is now the end of the 15th with the score at 108 for 5 for the Park Jewels. Well, Pranay Chaudhary continuing now in the 16th over. A single taken. Well, Pranay, he is into his third at the moment. 1 for 9 in his 2.1. Well, this time cut away, hit very hard, and unfortunately for him, he's not found the boundary. Brilliant stop there. Well, this time a swing and a miss. Wanting to play that one through the offside. Misses out completely there, Hardik. Once again plays it down the ground. Another single. So the score moves on to Nelson now. 111 for 5. Well, this time he's found the gap between the fielders. Another boundary for the Park Jewels. That's another black sphere 4. Plays that one perfectly by Kayur. Well, not sure if he's intended that one. Well, if he has intended that one, it's a very difficult gap to find. Nonetheless, 4 more runs for the Park Jewels. Some important runs. And this partnership is building very nicely. Remember, they were struggling at 82 for 5. And these two having their backs against the wall. Getting some quick runs as well. One more delivery left in the 16th. This partnership now worth 33. Once again, a cracking shot through the offside. Well, making full use of this power surge. Another excellent shot by Kayur. And it's another black sphere 4. So at the end of the 16th, now it is 119 for 5. Well, this time played behind square on the leg side. Well, how many times have we seen that by KU today? Another Black Sphere 4. Well, this partnership is looking very good for a big finish in this first innings. Well, this time charging down the wicket. He's played that one high. Is that handsome? Yes, it is. A Black Sphere 6 for KU. Well, that might be the longest one of the day. He has hit one of those out of the ground, but that one was on the leg side. This time it's straight down the ground, and it's right on the top of the turf. And not sure if we are going to get that ball back either. And 10 runs of the first 2 deliveries. In fact, 11 of the first 3. Well, this time inside out and almost holding on to it, the fielder. Well, that was a big chance. Well, that should have been taken in the context of the game for the Super Kings. And KU, well, a lifeline for him in the back end of this innings. And this time it is Hardik, and it's held down by the fielder. What a good catch. Brilliantly judged by Pranay. And the Jewels lose their 6th. Well, a nice little cameo by Hardik Matalia coming to an end. He's gone here for 19 in search of some quick runs. And KU, well, he's lost another partner. 6 gone. Another roots and ritual wicket. It was slightly short, wanting the batter to go down the ground. And it's worked beautifully. And the partnership finally broken. 131 for 6 now after 16.5. So Manish Agarwal coming in here at number 8. And a single taken. So that is now the end of the 17th with the score at 132 for 6 for the Park Jewels. Well, Krish Merchant is continuing now in this 18th. Single taken of the first delivery, but once again by Manish Agarwal. Well, in fact, the bowler is Dian in this 18th over. Well, you would feel that this has come as a bit of a surprise because Krish Merchant has been brilliant throughout this tournament. And he's bowled a couple of overs. He's got a couple more left. He won't be finishing his spell today. Meanwhile, Keyur is back on strike, who has enjoyed himself up against Dian today already. And he continues to enjoy. No one out there behind square. Beautifully placed. Another black sphere 4. Good smart cricket by Keyur. Well, slightly short and just opening the face of the bat. And playing that one beautifully. Past the wicket keeper and past everyone in the end. Well, once again wanting to play a similar kind of a shot. And this time he misses out, given as a wide by the umpire. Well, not sure exactly what Dian is wanting to try because there was no one behind. So and now there is a fielder at fine leg inside the circle. Well, this time a fuller length. Charging down the wicket and just a single towards the deep point fielder. Moves on to 76 Keyur. Can he get his 100 today? Because it is a chance. 76 of 47. A couple of lusty more blows can get him close. Well, this time a swing and a miss. Appeal by Dian. But I think it's missed everything in the end. And it's a dot delivery. Well, they are posting a decent total out here, the Park Jewels. Another swing and a miss for Manish Agarwal. Well, Keyur not happy at all. And now with just one more delivery left. Well, Keyur is wanting him to play through the offside because there is a big gap out there. And both the deliveries were outside the off stump and he's wanting to play it across here, Manish Agarwal. And this time he's played it behind square on the offside. And a signal refused by Keyur. He wants to keep the strike. That is now the end of the 18th with the score at 139 for 6. So Dhruv will continue now in the 19th over. It's the penultimate over of the innings. And Keyur, well, he's on 76. Starts off with a wide delivery, Dhruv. Wanting to keep it away from the arc of the batter. And in the process giving away some extra runs. Well, a lot of wides have been bowled in this first innings of the game. This time played straight back to the bowler and nicely fielded by Dhruv. That was hit very hard by Keyur. And this time he goes big, but it will go straight to the fielder at long on. It's gone through. 4 bonus runs. A black sphere boundary. Well, the ball just keeping low, and he didn't quite get his body behind it, and it's gone right through. 4 more runs to the total. Well, the bowler will not be happy at all with that one. And this time he goes big. And he finds another boundary. It's another black sphere 4. Or has that found the distance? Well, a brilliant stroke down the ground. Just picking that one up. And one bounce and over the rope. Moves on to 84. Closing in on that triple figure mark. 84 of 50 deliveries. It's been outstanding by Keyur. And he's deserved 100. If anything else, he's been a part of 7 partnerships so far. Well, meanwhile, he is going after every single delivery. And rightly so, just 9 more deliveries left in the innings. Once again, charging down the track. It is in the air. It is going to land safely. And they should come back for the second. And they will make it quite comfortably. So that will bring up the 150 for the Park Jewels. It's 150 for 6 now after 18.4. Well, 160 is something that they would have been happy with right from the start, and they've got 150 of those. 8 more deliveries. Can Keyur try and push them to that 165 or even 170 mark? Even he himself at the moment is on 86. He needs 14 more runs for that individual brilliance that he has showed so far. That will be his reward. Meanwhile, he's gone very high once again. Fielder underneath has taken it. A very cool and calm catch. And Dhruv strikes a roots and ritual wicket. Very unfortunate for Keyur. It has been an outstanding innings, taking nothing away from it. Departs here for 86. 86 of 52 deliveries. Getting a standing ovation from his teammates. And the Park Jewels lose their 7th in this 19th over. It's 150 for 7 now. So Praveen Jain coming in here at number 9. A single taken, gets off the mark. That is now the end of the 19th with the score at 151 for 7 for the Park Jewels. Right then, it is going to be Pranay Chaudhary to bowl this last over of the innings. 151 for 7 is where the Park Jewels find themselves at. Well, a bit surprising why Krish Merchant did not continue. We will have the news later on. This time played down the ground and he's found the distance. What a strike by Praveen Jain. A black sphere 6 to start off this last over. Have a look at that strike once again. It is hard, flat, and it's found the distance. Brilliantly hit. The long on fielder was slightly wide. And he's hit that one straight as possible. Well, this time right in the block hold. And they get across for a quick single. So that single brings Manish Agarwal back on strike. Manish Agarwal at the moment just the 1 run for him in 5 deliveries. Well, this time it's flat through the leg side. What a strike. Well, that might be the shot of the day. We saw one right at the start of this innings. In fact, the start of the over. And this one, well, you would feel it's even better. Another black sphere 6 in this final over. And all of a sudden, Pranay Chaudhary, well, he's looking a bit expensive. 1 for 32 for him now. It is 3.5 overs. Still 3 more deliveries left. Well, they wanted to push somewhere around 165 and 170. They've got 164. 3 more deliveries left. These are very crucial runs for the Park Jewels at the back end of this innings. Well, this time a leading edge. Well, he would feel that he's missed out on that one because it was a low full toss on that leg side. Wanting to play that one behind square on that leg side. No fielder out there, of course. Just a single is what he will get. Well, had he missed that one, he would have got a wide as well. Nonetheless, that brings Praveen Jain back on strike. Played down the ground for a single. So 1 more delivery left in this innings. A boundary will get them to 170. Something that they will be very happy with. So here we go. Last ball of this innings. Pranay Chaudhary up against Manish Agarwal. And he's played it on the leg side. Big gap out there. They are coming back for the second. Running for the hills. And he's made it quite comfortably. So, and brilliant innings in the end for the Park Jewels. Somehow they have managed to get 168 on the board. And the target will be 169 for the Park Super Kings when they come out to chase. And we will be back for the chase in a short while from now. Right then, we are back here for the chase. 2 runs after the first delivery, and this time a low full toss. And hit hard by Pranay Chaudhary, a black sphere 4 to start off his own innings. First delivery that he's faced, he's dispatched it beautifully. Back past the bowler, over him, and in the end, good enough for a boundary. Ruchik Shah bowling this very first over, and it's not the best of the starts, you would say. Starting off with a wide, then a single by Dhyan, and now a 4 for Pranay. Well, this time a swing and a miss, and it's beaten the wicketkeeper too. That will run away to the boundary as well. Another black sphere 4 in this very first over, and it's an excellent start. Well, maybe he just found the outside edge. Well, once again a low full toss. Not the best of the deliveries, you would feel, by Ruchik Shah, the captain himself, bowling in this very first over. And already 10 on the board for the Park Super Kings. They are up and running straight away. Well, this time the ball just staying low, and a dot delivery is what he will get. This time nicely driven on the offside. It's gone straight to the fielder. One more delivery left in this first. That's another dot delivery. So that is the end of the first over with the score at 10 without a wicket for the Park Super Kings. So Yash Thadeshwar continuing now in the second over, and what a good shot that is by Dhyan. Continuing the form that he showed in the previous game. Beautifully struck through the offside, and another black sphere 4. This time along the carpet. And the first one for Dhyan. This time the ball stays low. once again cut away and another boundary for Dian. Well, that is his second two. 4 black sphere fours already in this innings. And making full use of these power play overs. They know exactly how important it is to try and go hard in the power play. Because if they go hard, if they keep on going, it will help them reduce the asking rate, which was at the start of the innings 8.45. This time played nicely towards the fielder at long off. He has those long levers, Dian. Just a single is what he gets. And once again just pushed on the offside. This time by Pranay. Well, Pranay opened the innings with the ball and now opening with the bat as well. Well, just the kind of the player that you need in your side who can bat and bowl equally well. This time tucked away on this leg side and a single taken. So that is now the end of the second over with the score at 20 without a wicket for the Park Super Kings. So Ruchik Shah continuing here in the third over. Once again brilliantly bowled. Very close to finding the outside edge. Well, he started off slowly, giving away those low full tosses at the beginning, but now he's doing a good job. A decent job rather. As they try and search for an early breakthrough, the Park Jewels. This time it's struck right in front and he's got a wicket. Ruchik Shah strikes a roots and ritual wicket. And they've got the wicket of Pranay. Well, a brilliant delivery struck right in front. And that was definitely going to go on and hit middle and off. And the first one gone for the Park Super Kings. 20 for 1 now. Well, in comes Kunal Mehta at number 3. And once again, very close to finding the outside edge. Well, hands on head at the moment of the Park Jewels, as they try and search wickets right up front, and Rochik Shah, the captain, leading from the front with the ball here. Well, they might have conceded a few boundaries, but they have their tails up here, trying to get some early wickets. This time placed nicely on the offside. He's beaten the fielder, and that will run away for another black sphere 4. This time Kunal Mehta getting off the mark of his second delivery, and that's placed to perfection. Well, once again a big appeal, and they cannot believe it. The Park Jewels, well, putting some pressure on the umpire at the moment. Not sure if that's going to work in helping to change his decision. That will be another dot delivery. Well, it was an appeal for an outside edge. Well, not sure if it was even close to the bat. There might have been a sound, but sometimes the sound is off the handle of the bat as well. And nonetheless, it's a dot delivery. And Kunal Mehta, well, he survives. Well, this time tucked away on the leg side and a single taken. So that is now the end of the third over with the score at 25 for 1 for the Park Super Kings. Well, 25 for 1 after 3 overs, and Yash Thadeshwar will continue now. Last over of this power play. And then, of course, there will be a couple of overs of power surge, which the batting side can choose when to take it. So, Kunal Mehta on strike up against the spinner. Well, once again, it's struck right in front and is given. Big moment in this game. It's Kunal Mehta. And Yash Thadeshwar, when he strikes with his first delivery of his second over. Well, not the best of the deliveries you would feel. Kunal Mehta just wanting to play it back to the bowler. And he's missed it completely. The ball goes on and hits the stumps. And the second Roots and Ritual wicket. And 25 for 2 now. Right then, in comes Dhruv at number 4. Well, the Park Super Kings straight away in a spot of bother here. After a quick fire start in the first 2 overs, they were 20 without a wicket. All of a sudden, 25 for 2. This time pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. This time he will get off the mark, Dhruv. Well, once again, just played straight to the fielder, this time by Dhyan. It's been an exceptional over by Yash. Just the one run off it and a wicket. The big wicket of Kunal Mehta. Still 2 more deliveries left inside this power play. And what will be the thought process for Dhyan? Does he try and keep it along the carpet, or does he go for the big one? Because they've lost already a couple of wickets. A big shot can be a bit risky at this position of the game. Well, he wanted to cut that one away. Once again, a big appeal. The umpire not interested at all. And this time he goes big. He's got the middle of the bat. One bounce and over the rope. Another black sphere 4 for Dhyan. That's his third one. And a beautiful way to end the over. Just spoils it, doesn't it, for Yash. An excellent shot. That is now the end of the 4th over with the score at 30 for 2. Well, 30 for 2, and Ruchik is going to continue, surprisingly. Well, they want to get those early wickets. They want to continue taking wickets. Once again, nicely bowled by Ruchik. Right on the money. Well, can the Jewels get the wicket of the yarn? He holds the key in this chase. We have seen what he can do in this tournament already. On quite a few occasions, he's already got the award of the maximum numbers of 4s and 6s, which is presented by a black sphere. This time the ball just staying low, and it's another dot for Ruchik. This time pushed down the ground. Another single taken. So brings Diyan on strike. Excellent over so far by Ruchik. Just the one run of it halfway through it. And this time it's driven and it's in the gap. Beautifully placed by Diyan once again. Another black sphere 4 for him. And it's raiding boundaries off his bat at the moment. He's faced 9 deliveries and he's got 4 boundaries. It just goes and shows the class and the character that he has. And he is someone, if he can stay out there for at least 10 overs, he will finish the game off, even at a total like 169. He's raced on to 18 of just 9, striking at 200 already. And the Park Jewels will be very well aware of wanting to get his wicket. That is the reason why Ruchik is bowling his 3rd consecutive over. Well, this time charging down the wicket. It will be given as a wide. Ruchik wanting to keep it away from the arc, wanting to find an outside edge. Well, this time it's a low full toss, played straight to the fielder on the offside. Once again, just knocks it on the leg side. So that is now the end of the 5th over with the score at 37 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. So we continue now in the 6th over. It's gone straight to the fielder. Slight misfield. Will that run away to the boundary? Not quite so. The fielder gets across. And a couple of runs taken. So good running between the wickets. Mohit Agarwal bowling his second over. He's already got a wicket in his first, the wicket of Kunal Mehta. Once again, beautifully bowled. Well, the Super Kings not quite able to get things going here at the moment. This time played in the air and in the gap as well. Another excellent shot by Dian. That's another black sphere 4 for him, where he enjoys himself, especially up against the spinners. Well, he is a very hard hitter, and it is important for the Park Super Kings that he stays out there at the crease for as long as possible. This time innovation. Excellent. Beautiful piece of placement. The chase is on and the fielder does get across and he gets a couple of runs more on that occasion. This time played straight to the fielder at short third. So a dot delivery. This time a swing and a miss. So that is now the end of the 6th over with the score at 45 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. So Yash Thadeshwar is back into the attack. Conceded 10 in his first. This time wanting to sweep that one away. Dhruv. Well, this game seems to be very much in the balance out here. It seems like we are in here for a cracker in the Park Cricket League season number 1. This time pushed on the offside. This partnership is building nicely at the moment. This time it struck the pad. Big appeal. And they cannot believe it once again, the Park Jewels. Well, that looked very close. Well, maybe just getting some pad. And that's a dot delivery. Well, the umpire claims that it's hit the bat. And therefore it's given not out. Well, this time he found the edge and the wicketkeeper couldn't quite hold on to it. And a single taken. Well, once again, a big swing towards that leg side by Dhruv. Not quite able to get anything on it. So that is now the end of the 7th over, with the score at 47 for 2. Well, in fact, there might be still one more delivery left. In fact, yes, there's one more delivery left. A bit of a confusion between the umpire and the batters. And it won't do any damage either way. So that is now the end of the 7th over, with the score at 47 for 2 for the Park Super Kings. Right then, Ruchik Shah will continue now. He is into his final over. And what a good strike by Diyan. Straight down the ground. Hit very hard and one bounce over the rope. A black sphere 4. And maybe a statement of intent by Diyan. Well, runs might not be coming from the other end, but they are going to come from his bat. That also brings up the 50 for the Pak Super Kings. 51 for 2 now after 7.1. Well, this time a thick outside edge. And has he taken it? Yes, he has. That is the big wicket that they were looking for. It's Diyan. And that is exactly why Ruchik came in for his final over. Big moment in this game. And the Super Kings, they lose their third. Well, a couple of fumbles by the fielder, but somehow he's managed to hold on to it. And another roots and ritual wicket for Ruchik Shah. And the Super Kings. Well. 3 down. Right there, in comes Purvesh at number 5. Well, still 118 away from this target here, the Pak Super Kings. 118 required of 76. Ruchik Shah, he's got 4 more deliveries left in a spell. And an amazing delivery once again. Well, he is up against the batters rigorously. Well, he is enjoying himself with the ball, isn't he, Ruchik? Can he get a third? And almost the ball going on and hit the pads. Well, he's tucked it away in the end. Purvesh gets off the mark of his second delivery. Well, this time a thick outside edge and it's beaten everybody. It will go away for a black sphere 4. That's the first one for Dhruv. Well, not quite where he intended, but it does not matter. 4 runs to the total for the Super Kings. And that will ease some pressure after losing that big wicket of the yarn. Well, one more delivery left in the spell of Ruchik Shah. 2 for 31 for him in his 3.5. He would feel that he has been slightly expensive, more than his own liking, but it's been an outstanding spell so far. 2 wickets, 2 big wickets, especially the one of the yarn and the other one of Pranay. Well, once again, very close to finding the outside edge. Brilliantly bowled. So that is now the end of the 8th over with the score at 56 for 3. And Ruchik is bowled out. Well, a couple of dot deliveries now for Aditya. Bowling his first over, started off with a wide and a good, good comeback, comeback, you would say. Well, this time nudged away on the offside. Another single taken by Purvesh. Brings Dhruv on strike. Well, someone has to take the responsibility out here for the Park Super Kings to try and get these runs down, try and get them close at the least, and keep them in this game. Still 111 away from the target, and the asking rate slowly creeping up to 10. Once again, nicely bowled by Aditya. Well, once again it struck the pad and it's given by the umpire. That's the wicket of Dhruv. And the Super Kings lose their number 4. A roots and ritual wicket right in the first over for Aditya. And the Park Jewels, well, they're right on top here. 59 for 4 now. Well, in comes Kishore Shah at number 6. Well, 58 for 4. Pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. So that is a dot delivery to end the over at the end of the ninth. Now it is 58 for 4. Excellent over by Aditya. Well, Sabrinath is bowling this 10th over. Another new bowler coming in. Starting off with a dot delivery. Well, the asking rate has now gone above 10. And you wouldn't want it to creep up to 12s and 13s very early on. Once again in the air and just past the bowler. Well, a brilliant effort in the end. Not quite able to get underneath it. And a quick single taken, bringing Kishore Shah back on strike. This time cut away on the offside. Another single taken. So Kishore Shah getting off the mark. Well, the Super Kings at the moment need a counter punch. This time a wide delivery. But before that counter punch, these two batters would be wanting to get their eye in. Both relatively very new at the crease. Well, maybe something like a power surge would be on their mind to try and get some quick runs, try and get a couple of overs where they get 30 odd, get themselves right back in the game, settle themselves out there. This time a wide down the leg side. The wicketkeeper not quite able to stop it, Keyur. And they get across for another run as well. So 2 runs added to the total. This time nicely cut away. It's gone straight to the fielder though. And a quick single taken. So one more delivery left in this 10th, and he will have to reload once again. The bowler, Sabrinath Panthavur. He's considered 7 already in this one. 3 wides. And Keyur just wanting to have a word with him, wanting to calm his nerves. They are in a very good position and they wouldn't want to be giving away those wides and extras to help them get back into it. The Park Jewels. And once again, the ball staying low, nicely kept out. So that is now the end of the 10th over with the score at 65 for 4 for the Park Super Kings. And the umpires have called for drinks. So we continue here after the drinks break. Aditya is going to bowl this 11th over. Change of ends now. So the bowler will now come from the combox end and a single taken. Well, 103 required from 59 deliveries, and the Park Super Kings need something special out here. They need at least one of these batters, one of these two especially, Purvesh or Kishore, to play out a blinder. Because the asking rate is just going upwards. This time short, cut away, and a boundary. Excellent shot by Purvesh. A black sphere 4. It was slightly short and offered a lot of width, and Purvesh has taken full advantage of it. So finally they need less than 100 now, the Park Super Kings. 99 from 58. This time a swing and a miss. Much better delivery by Aditya. That's another swing and a miss, but given as a wide by the umpire on this occasion. So he will have to reload that one, Aditya. Well, once again, just pushed back to the bowler. Well, a good comeback this after conceding that boundary by Aditya. Once again, beautifully bowled. Well, this time a wide delivery down the leg side. Not the best of the deliveries by Aditya. Well, this time wanting to drive, so that is now the end of the 11th over with the score at 72 for 4. So Mohit Agarwal continuing here. Starts off with a flighted one, pushed on the offside, quick single taken. And this time an excellent shot and an excellent piece of fielding out there. What an effort. He saves certain runs for his side. Well, the bowler will maybe complain that it has gone down as a catch trot, but he's really done an exceptional job out there. Running towards his left. A brilliant stop. That was going for 6 for all money. This time pushed back to the bowler. Another single taken. This time a swing and a miss. One more delivery left in this 12th. Once again swept, another dot delivery. So that is now the end of the 12th over with the score at 75 for 4. And the asking rate has now creeped up to 11.75. Well, Aditya continuing, and this time it's a big shot. It's gone all the way off the bat of Kishore Shah. A black sphere 6, a much needed 6. Slightly full and picked up beautifully through that leg side. Well, they need a plenty more of those here. This time a single down the ground. And this time an excellent comeback by Aditya. He's got the fifth one. He's got the wicket. A roots and ritual wicket. Well, the middle stump going for a cartwheel in the end. And once again, after that 6, you would start to feel that they were trying to get back into it. They've lost another one. 82 for 5 now. Well, Krish Merchant coming in here at number 7, and he's played that one beautifully through the offside. He's got a freebie right on the first delivery. And he gets off the mark. This time given as a bye by the umpire. And this time pulled away. And it's in the gap as well. 4 more runs for Kishore Shah. Well, beautifully placed. All of a sudden some fire out here for the Super Kings and trying to stay in touch in this game. That is now the end of the 13th with the score at 91 for 5. Well, Yash Thadeshwar continuing, played in the air by Krish, and he gets 4 more runs for himself. Well, a bit risky, but he needs to take those risks here. Well, he has come out here and all of a sudden started to play these shots, which can really put the Park Jewels on the back foot. Another black sphere 4. Well, 74 required of 41. The asking rate, well, it's gone below 11 now all of a sudden. And trying to keep themselves in this game. This time tucked away on this leg side for a single. Not quite at the middle of the bat. So good sensible cricket. Gets a boundary first and then rotates the strike. Well, another swing and a miss. Once again, beautifully bowled. Well, a very good comeback after conceding that boundary. Once again, just pushed on the offside. That is now the end of the 14th over. 7 coming off it. It is 98 for 5 for the Park Super Kings. Well, this time wide, so that will bring up the 100 for the Super Kings. Well, bonus runs out here. And this partnership, well, it's going along nicely here for the 6th wicket. Kishore Shah and Krish Merchant on the front foot. These two have added 22 already now. And it seems like this one is definitely going to go down to the wire. Well, it seems like this is the over for the Park Super Kings. 63 required of 32 now. This time cut away nicely. It's gone straight to the fielder. One more delivery left in this 15th. And this time played in the air and in the gap. Another black sphere 4. Well, some crucial runs in this over for the Park Super Kings. Well, once again knowing exactly where the fielders are, and that's a big, big over. It's Sun Nelson for 5 now after 15. Well, Mohit Agarwal is continuing now in the 16th over. Played away on the slick side for another single. Once again, just pushed on the offside. This time played nicely on the leg side. Another single taken. Well, 55 required of 27, and you would feel that they need boundaries every single over. At least a couple of them, maybe. Charging down the wicket. Just a single towards long on. Well, an excellent over this by Mohit Agarwal. Just the 4 singles of it so far. Brilliant piece of bowling. Once again, just played on this leg side, straight to the fielder. Well, once again, a couple of more runs taken. So that is now the end of the 16th over, with the score at 118 for 5. Well, once again, playing it high in the air. And just a single. Well, this partnership has been very good, but the boundaries have dried up now. Less than 50 required now. 49 from 21. They need a big over. Yash Thadeshwar, he's in his final over. None for 21 and 3.3. This time swings, misses. Also the wicketkeeper misses it. Won't quite find the fence, will it? Well, not quite so. And a couple of runs taken. This time heaved on the leg side. Another single taken. Once again cut away. So that is now the end of the 17th over, with the score at 124 for 5 for the Park Super Kings. Right then, 45 required of 18. And Jamin will bowl this 18th over. Well, surprisingly, he has come in to bowl here. Who is bowling his very first over. Krish Merchant on strike. He's hit this one hard through the offside. Has he found the gap? Not quite so. The fielder does extremely well. And they take only a single, and well, that it was always a double there. But Krish not interested in a second. Surprisingly. Well, 44 required of 17 now. And this time he's bowled it right underneath the bat. And it's a roots and ritual wicket by Jamin in his very first over. What a delivery that is. He knew exactly what the batter is thinking, wanting to swing that one through the leg side. And he's gone right through, castled. And they have lost their 6th, the Super Kings. And the Jewels are right on top here. So in comes Alkesh at number 8. Well, he's played that one behind square on that leg side. A single taken brings Krish Merchant back on strike. Well, 43 required of 15. And you would need Krish Merchant to strike here. He's got 3 more deliveries left in this over. And he has to eye for 3 boundaries. He has no other choice, Krish Merchant. The asking rate has now creeped up to 17.2. Just the 1 run of this over so far. In fact, 2, including a leg by. And this time he connects. Well, there's one of those. A black sphere 6. Well, he needs to keep on continuing in this fashion. Till the time he is out there, there is still hope out there for the Park Super Kings. .37 from 14 now. Where does Jamin bowl? Well, he's charged down the wicket. And is that a stumping? It's been given by the umpire. And the 2nd wicket of this over for Jamin. And you would feel that should be done and dusted in the favour of the Park Jewels. Well, once again tossing that one up, wanting the batter to come down the wicket. He's missed it completely. An excellent piece of wicket keeping out there by Keyur. And 7 gone, a roots and ritual wicket for Jamin. Well, in comes Somil Sudani at number 9. Well, can he play out a blinder? Two new batters at the crease, Alkesh and Somil. Well, he's gone for the big one. He's not quite found the distance. And a single is what he will get. So that is now the end of the 18th over. Jamin absolutely superb, taking a couple of breakthroughs. It's 133 for 7 now. Right then, Aditya is going to bowl this penultimate over of the game. And an excellent stop there by the fielder. Brilliantly fielded. He saved certain 3 runs for his side. Just a single to start off this penultimate over of the game. That was really crunched by Somil. And he's very unfortunate to get just a single. Brings Alkesh on strike. Well, they need to swing for everything at the moment. 35 required of 11. Well, Alkesh misses that one out. Brilliantly bowled by Aditya. And this time he's brought in the ram shot, but not sure exactly why, because there is a deep fine leg who is extremely fine. And just a single is what Alkesh gets. So he brings Somil on strike. Well, 3 more deliveries left in the innings, and all 3 of those have to go and hit the boundary if the Pak Super Kings want to give themselves any chance in that final over. Well, it is a low full toss, and it's been dispatched. It's been given as a black sphere 4. So a much needed one, trying to stay in this game here, the Pak Super Kings. Well, a lot of power offered by Somil Sudani on that occasion. Well, didn't quite carry the distance. 1 bounce and over the rope. Can he connect the next one as well? Well, not quite as sweetly as he would have liked. Gone straight to the fielder at mid-on, and a quick single taken. So brings Alkesh on strike for the last delivery of this over. Well, it's basically a free hit for Alkesh. He has to go for it, and he needs to try and make sure that Somil stays on strike for the next over, because he is the one who has been striking the ball beautifully. And if he can get this 29 required to maybe 25 or even 23, it will be a big help for Somil for that final over. Well, he's hit this one hard once again, straight to the fielder at mid-on, and they take the single, so Alkesh will be on strike. And that is now the end of the 19th, with the score at 141 for 7 for the Pak Super Kings, and 28 required of the last over. So it is going to be Harshal Shah to bowl this final over. Well, not sure exactly why would you do that. A bit risky maybe because he is bowling his very first over of the game. So is this an opportunity for Alkesh to try and get his side close? Well, you would feel that Jamin bowled that outstanding 18th over, took a couple of wickets, should have been rewarded with another one. But the captain thinking something else. Thinking of going with Harshal Shah. So here we go, the final over, Alkesh on strike. Well, will that be given as a wide? It is given as a wide, surprisingly, because he was attempting the reverse sweep and not sure exactly if that should have been given. But an extra run and an extra delivery nonetheless. Well, once again, he's attempted the reverse sweep and he's got a single on that occasion. So 26 required of 5, and they've got Sawmill back on strike. So 3 sixes and 2 fours is what Sawmill needs for the Park Super Kings. Well, it's a big swing. Will that find the boundary? Yes, it will. So he's got 1 4. 22 needed of 4 now. Well, a thickish inside edge. No one out there behind square on that leg side. There is a fine leg inside the circle, which is extremely fine. And the square leg also in front of square had no chance to get across it. So 22 from 4. All Harshal needs to do is try and bowl one delivery that does not go away to the boundary. Or even 2 deliveries that don't go away for a 6 will do the job for them. But meanwhile, Sawmill trying to keep his side in the game. Charging down the wicket, it's in the air, won't quite find the distance, on the bounce and just a single. So Harshal will feel a lot better after that one, and all he has to do now is just bowl 3 legitimate deliveries to get his side home. 21 of 3 is not going to happen unless there are any wides or no balls. So Alkesh will be the one on strike. This time a wide delivery. So that is exactly what Harshal did not need, making it 20 of 3. Well, still they need one more extra here, the Park Super Kings. Well, he's attempted the reverse sweep once again. Not sure exactly why is he doing that, because his side needs 6s. And he's taken another single. So 19 of 2. Well, Sawmill Sudani has to have a big swing at it. He needs to try and hit both of these out of the park nonetheless to try and get his side close, so that the net run rate is also not hit by a big margin. Well, it's a swing and a miss. Beautifully bowled by Harshal. And the Park Jewels have started to celebrate out here. Just one more delivery left in this game. It has been an outstanding performance defending these 168 runs. Another swing and a miss. Well, they are scampering across for a single. They will make it, but it won't matter, because the Park Jewels have won this game by 17 runs. An outstanding performance. They kept the pressure on the opposition, the Super Kings. They kept on taking those wickets at regular intervals. Well, in the end, Krish might have given them a scare, but They did really well to defend these runs, and they have won this game in the Park Cricket League. And we will be back on Monday with more cricket action. Until then, goodbye.